Dominate Your Day, A High Performer's Guide to Winning at Life, written by yours truly, Christopher Warrens. Foreword by Thomas Comerford Jr., Warrior Consulting, Milford, Connecticut. Dedication to my mother, Nancy, who has not only single-handedly taught me my tireless work ethic, but has sacrificed her comforts, well-being, and at times her health to provide me with an opportunity to create what I have. Mom, you're the most beautiful, passionate, caring, selfless, loving, protective, fittest mom. My number one since day one. Thank you is an understatement. I only hope I can return what you've given me in life. Forward. My first encounter with Christopher Warrens was back in 2016 when he asked me to work on his tanning booth at CW Fitness. From my first meeting with Chris, I knew he was not only a great man, but also that he'd be someone who would make a difference in my life. Well, quote, a difference, end quote, is an understatement. I got advice and teachings from Chris that will change my life forever. From his early career in the military to owning New Haven County's best gym and toppling the fitness field with his competition coaching. Chris has been teaching and mentoring men and women for years. He then started his podcast in 2018, the CW Clinic, to further spread his messages and lessons of his life to others so they can grow and learn. Dominate Your Day, his first one-on-one course, has changed lives through his 7 biggest mistakes in life. These mistakes have led to the course modules to teach people like me what to do and what not to do in life. Tactfulness, positivity, forgiveness, authenticity, and accepting responsibility for everything in your life are only a handful of ways Chris's teachings, his courses, and now his book will change your life because those are the same lessons that changed Chris's life. Dominate Your Day, the book covers every tool Chris used to develop himself, the students in his courses, and thousands of others. After analyzing his life from a boy growing up poor to a troubled and angry know-it-all youth to the life and a business consultant who's changing the world, we now have a living blueprint to achieve what we deserve. Chris developed the life lessons in this book to allow countless more people to look themselves in the mirror as he prescribes we all do to unlock our fullest potential. These are not easy tasks. These lessons will take hard work, dedication, in the hard conversations some of us loathe to the very depths of our soul. I should know. I was one who couldn't stand the confrontation I forced upon myself in order to open doors and allow room for the good I deserve in my life. Chris has given us this book, Dominate Your Day, so we can now all allow more good in our lives. We all deserve every ounce of it. Thomas Comerford Jr., CEO, Electric Sun Solutions. Introduction. This is only the 3rd time I've publicly written about this life-changing day. It took me 13 years to muster up the courage to share this. 14 years ago was the closest I came to death. 14 years ago, my platoon was on patrol to locate 2 soldiers who had gone missing and who were later found to have been kidnapped by the opposing forces. Kidnapped. That doesn't happen in war these days. It makes national and world news when it happens, as this situation did. Watching yourself on CNN World News is a sight and a memory I'll never forget. It was a hot day. It was around 130 degrees. We were all on edge and wanted blood. We knew who took them, and we were driving right up to their base in hope of a fight. A fight is what we found. I was at the front of the convoy of 5 gun trucks as the lead gunner for my platoon in a heavily armored truck built to withstand explosions. I was in the gun turret and was the only man who could see, hear, and smell outside of the truck. The day was long, hot, and dreadful. We moved slowly, looking for our brothers. And then I caught the distinct smell of death. Anyone who's smelled human death knows exactly what it is. There's no mistaking it. I dropped back down into the truck and said, "Stop, I smell death." And we stopped. My boss, Sergeant Jones, hopped on the radio and told his boss. Then his boss called his boss, and so on. The orders we received were to carry on and press forward as a convoy, starting with our truck at the front. As we pressed forward, I'd never felt so much pain. In that instant, our truck was hit by an IED, which was my 11th direct hit on that tour. But this one was different. It was a monster. The hole in the road was so big, no one could drive the road. Our truck landed about 70 feet away, off the road, tumbling through the air before landing. I have vivid memories of looking out of the gun turret, seeing the sky, then the ground several times as we barrel rolled through the air. The pain was mind-blowing. I reached down to see if my, quote, package, end quote, was still attached, and started smiling as it was. Anyone who's been blown up can relate to what starts as an uncertain moment that turns into complete happiness. Our truck was blown in half, but I could still climb out of the gun turret. I was confused, in shock, disorientated, bleeding out of my face and back, in pain, but knew I needed to exit the vehicle. Before I did, I had two goals in mind. First, to check on everyone in the truck to see if they were alive, and then to find my machine gun, a 25-pound squad automatic weapon, also known as the Saw, which I named Piglet, as she very much was a pig. I climbed out of the turret, as did the others, to be met by the rest of my platoon, who couldn't believe we were actually alive. We were treated and then evacuated from the fight. The next day, our sister platoon went down the same road, starting from the other end of the route, finding our brothers laying on the side of the road about 20 feet from the massive IED that nearly killed us. They were decapitated, dismembered, castrated, and burned. On top of the mutilation, their bodies lay on top of two more monstrous IEDs designed as a booby trap to maim or kill whoever found them. After a quick recovery, I was awarded the Purple Heart. I wear my Purple Heart proudly, and since then was nicknamed, quote, hard to kill. As many have tried, and yet I'm still here. This is the reality of the world we live in. Not the majority of humans, but there are some. Make no mistake, there is and always has been evil living with us. That day, June 18, 2006, my perspective changed forever, and now live a grateful man, thankful to wake up and live a life full of purpose, knowing I do so because the scariest day of my life taught me all I need to know. To hear the whole story, go to chriswarns.com, click the podcast tab, and select episode 1. I spent the first 20 years of my life unsure which direction to travel, what decisions to make, where to go, or what to do. In hindsight, I didn't know I could be a leader until I entered the military. Prior, I was more concerned with winning the attention of those around me and hoping they'd like me. My early decision-making was led by wanting my actions to be appreciated by others, in this case, friends. I now know this was simply the wrong way of going about my day-to-day, but it took finding the leader within to realize this. In 2008, when leaving the military, I was still unclear what I wanted in life. I loved what I did in the Army and would never trade my service for anything this world offers. However, I knew I was done. I was meant for bigger things in life. I knew I couldn't work for anyone long-term again. I could no longer be led unless there was a serious leader whom I respected. Leaders of this magnitude are not only few and far between, but are something of the past as I observe the world today. Leadership at this level is challenging. With many other qualities, hard work scares off most as they're comfortable complaining about the average lives they live, sitting back being a victim of their circumstances rather than actively taking control. Now, as a civilian, life was very different. Society and the economy had changed. There was an overall sense of entitlement and mass victim playing after the Great Recession. I had no clue what to make of it or how to deal with it all, other than focusing on developing myself. It was clear I saw the world differently than most, and I began to use the unique vision to my advantage. I became a personal trainer after separating from the military, and that's where it all began. Over a decade of mistake after mistake, lesson after lesson, heartbreak after heartbreak, and what seemed to be, at the time, of the never-ending painful process of trying to get by, making a living for myself, self-employed, surviving, rather than growing. During the first 6 to 8 years, I had a mindset that held me back from achieving wealth and success and a perspective that wouldn't allow me to progress. My ego was my arch rival, and I didn't even know it. Life, your job and business can be fun, full of prosperity and abundance. Over 14 years as an entrepreneur, I've built 5 companies that were successful and prosperous, employing hundreds along the way and creating 8 figures of revenue. I had the pleasure of teaching countless students to build and scale their own companies too. I hope you'll learn how to build your life or business, experiencing more fun, prosperity, abundance, and success in your work and life. In this book, you'll learn from the 7 biggest mistakes and lessons from my climb in life, mostly as an entrepreneur, who created a life of spirituality, time, and financial freedom, abundance, prosperity, and strong relationships. I want this for you too, and this is why I wrote this book, for you to learn from the path I took that led to an open door I walked through. I hope you walk through your door too. As you learn from the chapters and step away from this book, you'll have many new experiences as a human. You'll learn more about yourself than most care to know, and learn to have more fun in life as you recognize what you truly want. You'll have more fun, you'll make more money, have stronger relationships, ease in your day-to-day, and success, developing your mindset along the way. I hope these lessons I learned show you how I've overcome and eliminated bad habits, and that you can also do this, eliminating old behaviors and habits, keeping you from all the good you can bring into your life. It took realizing that mistakes are great before I could learn each lesson. Once we embrace the idea that mistakes will free us from ourselves, not only is freedom near, but so is a beautiful jewel of life, peace of mind. A wise man once told me that a mistake is only a lesson. Learn the lesson, and that's where the growth lies. A book can stimulate our thoughts, which is the greatest service any book can give. The purpose of this particular book is to stimulate your thoughts. Thoughts free from the bias of prejudice, seeking truth no matter where or how it may be found. Chapter 1, Everything is Your Fault, Accepting Responsibility for Your Actions. There will always be the 99 to 1 rule, the one example that doesn't apply to most of what we're talking about. There will be situations and circumstances you have no control over and aren't your fault. It isn't your fault you were raped, molested as a child, or hit from behind in a car accident, stopped at a red light, or found yourself in the middle of the Boston Marathon bombing. These are examples of the 1%. We'll focus on the 99% that most of the things you do in your life and mess up are your fault. It's your fault you were late. It wasn't traffic. It was your fault you got the order wrong. You didn't take the time to order well enough or ensure you communicated what you wanted sufficiently to get the correct order. It's your fault if you're in a job you hate. You accepted it. It's your fault you're in a toxic relationship and you're miserable. There isn't anyone holding a gun to your head to stay in a bad situation. If you're unhappy, it's your fault, not your girlfriend, not your boyfriend, not your husband, not your wife's fault. It's not your boss's fault, not your manager's, not your coworkers. It's your fault. It's all your fault. The truth is a hard pill to swallow, especially when written or spoken in black and white. However, cold showers of truth always have the growth and answers you're looking for on the other side when you accept it. Go to chriswarns.com and click the podcast tab. Episode 50, You're the Problem. Once we realize the growth we desire is on the other side of tough conversations, and after accepting responsibility for our actions, we'll quickly notice how much smoother life becomes. Let's use an example. You're driving down the road at 45 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. A police officer clocked you on a radar gun and then pulled behind you and, guess what? Pulled you over. Like you, I'd be upset. Now, I'm late and worse, may get a ticket for speeding. First, if you're pleasant and respectful, your day will be much better. Every police officer I know has told me this. The moment you don't follow direction, you lack respect, raise your voice, or worse, don't follow orders, your day will likely get much worse. So, now you're dealing with being late and a potential ticket, if not a few, depending on how you act. Many of us, including me years ago, would become upset and point the finger at the officer for the ticket after delivering the cold hard truth, quote, you were traveling at 45 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, over the speed limit in a posted 35 mile per hour zone. Your brake light is out and your tints are illegal. Here's a ticket. Have a nice day. End quote. Now, this is where the successful separate themselves from the non-successful. A successful person will learn where the mistakes were made. Okay, I was speeding, which is my fault. When I got the tints, I knew they were illegal, also my fault, and I should have inspected my car better to know my brake lights were out. This was a valuable and costly lesson, and I'm going to learn from it and thank the officer for keeping me and, more importantly, the community safe. Successful people first accept responsibility for their actions, which is the most challenging part. Then they look for the opportunity within the mistake to learn from. Lastly, they unpack their error, learn the lesson, and add it to the memory banks to move on. Unsuccessful people do, well, the opposite. When we fail to take responsibility for our actions, we find it easiest to point the finger at everyone else. Of course, it's the officer's fault. Why would it be mine? That's the too easy option of pointing the finger. But in most cases, the same finger pointing to the officer is the finger that can be taught to be pointed inward where it belongs. I want to give you an example of a situation I didn't take responsibility for until nearly 13 years after it happened. It may have been the most traumatic event that ever happened to me, and it completely changed my perspective on life. As you read in the introduction, I was wounded in combat on my first of 2 tours in Iraq. That was the most brutal day of my life, considering I was 20 years old and thought I was going to die. The real gold in the story is that I use this lesson to teach you that getting wounded was my fault. Yes, you read that correctly. My fault, not the fault of those who were trying to kill me that day. When you think about a trauma, you might actually see things differently and believe it may have been your fault. Now, let me explain. Let's look at the situation objectively for a moment. The people who attacked us that day, along with every other Islamic extremist I faced during my 2 tours, thought what they were doing was the right thing to do. Because of their extreme religious beliefs, they felt they were doing as Allah was directing them through the interpretations of their beliefs. Their beliefs stemmed from other extremist teachings, these practices, or from their circle of influence, family, church, friends, and recruitment propaganda. They thought what they were doing while here on this earth was what they were supposed to be doing, which was hunting and killing American Christians on their holy ground. Sad, however, is the logical explanation of their actions in layman's terms. Now, let's discuss how the event was my fault and how freeing it was to learn in accepting this. I signed up for the Army, and even more for the infantry. For those not familiar with the infantry, this is the Wikipedia definition. Quote, infantry is a military specialization that engages in military combat on foot, distinguished from the cavalry, artillery, and armed forces, also known as a foot soldier or infantryman. Infantry traditionally relies on moving by foot between combatants, and many also use mounts, military vehicles, or other transport. The job of an infantryman is described as members of the infantry are ground troops that engage with the enemy in close-range combat. They operate weapons and equipment to engage and destroy enemy forces. This job is typically considered the job in the military that's most physically and psychologically stressful than any other job. End quote. What were the chances I would face an enemy combatant with my job selection? Very high, and thus I did, often. It was my choice to sign up for the Army when the most powerful country is at war with not one but 2 other countries, Iraq and Afghanistan. It was my choice to pick a combat job. It was my choice to serve the country. It was my choice to fight rather than run. It was my responsibility I was wounded. One of the toughest yet freeing pills I've ever swallowed. This will release you too, as soon as you decide you're open to it. Quote, a hero is someone who understands the responsibility that comes with his freedom. End quote. Bob Dylan. How to point the finger inward. When we understand that the person who looks back at us in the mirror is the root of our problems, we understand that the most challenging answers that haunt us are of our own creation. Our minds can be a prison with bars locking us into self-inflicted torture, or a beautiful, well-manicured grassy field with flowing flowers along with gold bars, piles of money, health, and all that we desire. The difference is that we feed our minds along with the thoughts that go through it. Make no mistake, it's your choice if you're happy or sad, poor or wealthy, abundant or famished. Within your mind, you control what you see in the mirror. One of the hardest things to accept is that what you see is unique, powerful, beautiful, or handsome, human, with endless opportunities in front of you. The first step is believing this. The second step is pointing the finger inward, or in the case of looking in the mirror, pointing the finger at what you see. Pointing your finger inward is incredibly freeing. You'll free yourself from blaming others for your problems and open yourself up to the truths. Truths are what we might not want to hear. However, they're just that, the truth. Initially, they hurt a lot. After a while, they free you further. There's a story I always tell about having the truth delivered to me, the cold, hard, tough to swallow truth, long after I took responsibility for my actions and pointed the finger inward, freeing myself. At least I thought I was free before this conversation when I questioned myself and if I actually had gotten past my ego. About 11 years into my entrepreneurial journey, I decided it was time to hire a mentor. I needed direction and to hold myself accountable. Months later, I was having a conversation with the mentor, and in that conversation, he told me I was selfish. I didn't think it was true, and it shook me to my core. I hadn't heard that word and my name together in a sentence since I was a teenager. I didn't believe it. I argued, and my ego came out in full force to protect my feelings. We were talking about leadership. He was asking how I led my companies and staff. He said I wasn't focused on developing my team personally in their lives. I was focused on job performance, growing our company primarily, and helping them personally secondarily. I couldn't wrap my head around this and fought it until I gave in. Stepped past my ego and understood that developing my staff to grow the company ultimately was a selfish act. There are dozens of excuses I could give as to why I did this, including that their mortgages had to be paid, along with providing food for their families. However, I accepted the truth, pointing the finger inward, and freed myself from these selfish acts. I learned in that one conversation how I was leading could use improvement. From that moment, my team's personal development was the number one priority. I found that basic skills such as discipline, health, scheduling, exercise, goal setting, mindset work, budgeting, and even communication were topics I had worked with students on, but assumed my team understood too. Then I faced myself in the mirror, pointed the finger inward to understand I could do better at not assuming and, in turn, could teach my team better. The 1% example. March 16th, 2020, 11 a.m. It's fair to say I saw this coming. I watched my business numbers fall almost 90%. Before then, we'd have about 500 people a day through our doors on a busy day until the week prior when the number fell about 50% on a busy day. The media beautifully executed scare tactics surrounding the COVID-19 coronavirus, which was the scariest thing to hit this world since the meteor that hit the Earth millions of years ago, wiping out all living life, including the dinosaurs. That morning, one of my staff who stood by me helped build our fantastic company and followed my lead for almost 3 years, said the dreaded words I'll always remember, quote, "Chris, did you see Facebook?" End quote. In my per usual dry, joking, and sarcastic manner, I responded, quote, "No, what did Zuck do to kill his stock this time?" End quote. Even being a sarcastic guy, I knew in my gut what her answer would be, no matter if I was ready to hear it or not. Quote, "The governor said we had to close our doors by 8 p.m. tonight," end quote. I checked Facebook and read a statement from our governor, Ned Lamont, articulating this message that all non-essential businesses must close to, quote, "flatten the curve," end quote, in the spread of COVID for 14 days. I knew right then many things would change, including capitalism as we knew it and the fitness industry I was in. But I thought I could outwork the circumstance of having to close a brick and mortar company I had put my entire 20s and half my 30s into building, owning, and operating. However, I couldn't outwork the circumstances created around me. No matter how much work I put in, the events I had to adapt to, so did the entire world. A global pandemic that crippled the whole global economy. there was a well-planned media propaganda to drive fear to the ordinary-minded people of the world, covering up the fact that not only did the United States of America and our economy have to correct quickly, hitting a depression, but so did the rest of the world. This is a perfect example of the 1% rule on display. 1% of things in our life that happen to us are outside our control and responsibility. 99% of situations that occur are our responsibility. The long-term effects are directly related to how we deal with those situations with our choices. Denial of the 1% rule. Over the next 90 days, I worked a white patch into my beard, noticing first on the left side of my face within 30 days, and then on the right side of my face by 60 days. As a 34-year-old man, I enjoy wearing a beard with salt and pepper look, but now I was looking more like Santa Claus than myself. Looking back on the situation, my ego was telling me I could push through this, quote, pandemic, end quote, hold off, shut down, and everything would be okay. As an eternal optimist, I always look for the bright side of things or a lens of focus to frame situations to see the positive. As a self-aware human, no matter how internally aware we are, our ego is still powerful and can and will be controlling. Even seasoned business people, seasoned people in life, self-aware people can be tricked into thinking the 1% rule doesn't apply to us. As time went by, past the 90 days, the state shut down the business and our state economy. We were given the green light to reopen into phase 2. 30 days after reopening, I realized the situation was not in my hands any longer, as the customer was frankly too scared to come into a gym, given the scare tactics of mainstream and social media platforms scaring everyone about COVID. Looking at live data, as I did, can save you a lot of time, headache, and money, because numbers never lie, people do. By day 60 of reopening, I knew I had to close my dream. What took 8 years of working toward using all of my time, money, and effort was over, and I reached out to my mentor, Tom Plummer, to ask for clarity. The answer was simple. If you want to hear my interview with him, YouTube Chris Warren's episode 74. The Why with special guest Tom Plummer. Thomas reinforced the knowledge that the decision had nothing to do with what I'd done and everything to do with the environment the fitness industry is in, as well as the state of our economy and my local market given the COVID situation. The 1% rule does apply, but it only applies for situations entirely out of your control. At times, it will take someone in your life who knows you well to break it to you that the 1% rule applies to what you're dealing with, especially if you're a high performer used to taking responsibility for your actions or the actions of those around you. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Being Wrong Will Free You. It's natural for average humans to think they're never wrong. With no data to back up this statement, it's only from observation throughout life. I've found a pattern amongst most people who will do anything to pass the blame, point the finger, and even lie to avoid being wrong and looking, quote, bad, end quote, in front of others. I'd also venture to say the majority of people I've watched throughout life, state to state, country to country, and at times don't even know they're trying to escape blame for something simple, but freedom is on the other side of accepting the fault. Admitting wrongdoing was incredibly hard for me from the start, mainly due to my environment growing up. Environment shapes our ideas, beliefs, and while young, our choices. As a child, if I was wrong, I was punished. As an adult, I thought a punishment came with mistakes. However, we get what we focus on, and I focused on getting better around my mid to late 20s. The environment you were raised in, with a few exceptions, shaped your thoughts, beliefs, perceptions, opinions, and views. When the day comes when you're ready to face yourself, your shortcomings, along with understanding the road to heal may be long, it will also free you from the most important person, yourself. As time went on, I realized people depended on me to teach them simple things in life and also some hard things like being wrong. As I grew as a man, let alone businessman, I found I loved building teams. These teams were my staff. I took an investment in developing them personally and professionally. However, once the staff grew to upward of 60, I needed to teach on a grander scale, not only one-on-one, but in group classes. Once realized, I'd hold meetings and put myself on display to teach whatever the lesson might be, including being wrong. I love teaching this lesson. I'm wrong daily and use the silliest, quote, I was wrong example to bring everyone together and teach them how I was wrong. The first step of being wrong, accepting responsibility. The first thing you must learn is to be okay with being wrong. It's okay. It really is. It's freeing to be incorrect. It can be challenging for many. However, the more you open up to it, the more you'll allow yourself to be wrong. And the more you allow yourself to be wrong, the more you'll learn. Being wrong is educational. You're learning how not to do something wrong again if you're open to it. A wise man once told me that being wrong is nothing more than a lesson, and how vivid those words were. When we want to learn, we create endless opportunities for ourselves. When we create endless possibilities for ourselves, we set ourselves up for success. It's the only choice moving forward that will be the determining factor if opportunities become successful. The choice to be wrong will free you from yourself and the mundane, average mindset and thinking. If you're still struggling to understand the concept that being wrong is okay and accepting responsibility for a mistake, go back and reread Chapter 1, Re-implementing Accepting Responsibility for Your Actions. It may help to go to chrishorns.com and select the podcast tab, Episode 50, You're the Problem. Second step to being wrong. Where was the mistake? The key to the mistake after we accept it is to identify where we went wrong. This is sometimes the most challenging part because our ego shields our logical thinking mind, making excuses to justify our action and outright blocks us from seeing the mistake. Most people are unaware of how egocentric they are. It's dangerous how clueless the majority is, blocking us from many things, to include how wrong we are. We free ourselves when we adopt the mindset that we can be wrong and that we're actually often wrong, especially at the beginning of the transition into that way of thinking. Our minds open up to the lessons and knowledge that come along with it. This is called, quote, shifting the lens of focus. The previous lens of focus was, quote, I'm never wrong, nor can I be, end quote. And the lens of focus to shift to, quote, I can be and am often wrong, end quote. You'll begin to look for opportunities where you are or were wrong. Thinking about some of the most difficult decisions you've made or been a part of is an excellent place to start. I like to use the example of a man who believes he's happily married. Then, suddenly, a bomb drops in his lap one day that his wife isn't happy and wants to or is filing for a divorce. Was the man wrong? Yes, he was, and this is why. Even though it came as a surprise to him, he's mistaken for taking his situation for granted, not appreciating her. In the traditional sense, He never listened to her. Women are an emotional-based gender who love to express how they feel. When men decide to not listen because a football game is on or they're busy working or out with their friends, they're dismissing her and saying, quote, "I don't care," end quote. Women will only take so much of this before they had it. They want a man who's centered and will hear them no matter the situation. The self-centered man isn't listening to his partner and shouldn't be surprised when she leaves. Case in point, he's wrong. This example might be brutal to swallow, but such is life. You take the good with the bad and carry on. Life is sunshine and rain. When the sun is shining, smile and enjoy. When life brings rain, smile and enjoy the lesson. Let's use another typical example, that of being fired from a job. Now remember, the 99-to-1 rule we discussed prior, as this along with the example of a man being left by a mate and it being a surprise to him, is acceptable and relevant. We're talking about the 99% here, always unless specified otherwise. Think back on a situation that was tough for you when you were let go. Think back to the time you were with a company. Think back to all the things you know you did wrong or could have done better while you were there and thought no one knew or no one was looking. When the universe was looking, you were looking, and possibly your boss or coworkers too. Remember, as the Bible says, quote, "We reap what we sow," end quote. What goes around comes around. What you put out will come back. What you give is what you get. This is called karma. It's real and even more powerful than many credit until they start to believe in the power of the universe and their own power. And when karma hits, it hits hard. It wasn't your boss who didn't like you or Karen in the office who would consistently stir up drama. It was you all along, and you now know just how wrong you were. And the best part about this is that it's okay to be wrong. The sooner you accept this, the sooner you'll be free. Next, we'll discuss the learning process after the mistake has been made. This is the golden key to learn how to turn a mistake into an opportunity to learn and grow. Third step to being wrong. What did I learn? The lesson. Once we're okay with the idea of being wrong, accepting that being wrong is just part of our day, we can then open ourselves up to learn how not to make those mistakes again. We learn the lesson to save time in the future from continually making the same mistakes. Let's go back to the example of being let go from a job. Now that you've accepted that it's okay, you can learn that it's likely your fault and you were let go. The silver lining is finding the lesson that won't yield the same result for the next job. When you take the time to self-reflect not only on yourself, but the situations you've been a part of, you can find room for improvement to do better. When it comes to being let go from a job, as tough as the news can be, that's the very opportunity to ask yourself where you can improve, not only as an employee, but as a person. Let's say you know you came to work, showed up, did your job, and then went home for 3 years. You expected a raise because you've been there for a year and no raises can be handed out annually. So you show up, rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe you plan for the weekend because you work a typical 9-to-5 job. You don't have to work on the weekends, and that's precisely what your mind is focused on. What are the plans for the weekends? You're 25 years old and COVID isn't in effect. So you can go out with your friends and party Friday night. All week, you're looking forward to Friday night. Maybe subconsciously, you're not giving your focus to your work, projects, team members, and boss because you know that special someone will be in the group of friends at the bar. Then, once Friday night comes and goes, you're hungover. Saturday, you either don't drink or drink a little to rest up for Sunday fun day. Sunday comes, you get drunk again, and boom, your alarm goes off Monday morning at 6 a.m. You dread getting out of bed, but you know in the back of your mind the weekend is only 4 days and a wake-up away. After a long commute, you get to work hungover and tired, pour that third cup of coffee, and try to focus. But damn, Sunday was so good you tell stories about it to your coworkers. You finish what you need to, and then leave for the day. Tuesday rolls around, you're still a bit hungover, or whether you know it or not, and show up to work, maybe getting a little more done than the previous day. Wednesday comes around, and you actually accomplish your goal for the day, of the week, because you're no longer hungover. Still, you know Friday is right around the corner. Thursday, you get some work done, but know the crew is meeting tomorrow night. So when you show up to work on Friday, you're not getting much done. You're ready for the weekend. The lesson. Some of you reading these words might not have thought about this situation in the manner or lens of focus before. The reality is setting in that you're being let go from that job was, in fact, your fault. Not your boss, not your manager, not your coworker, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your gender-neutral friend, best friend, mom, dad, sister, brother, pet, dog, cat, the news. It was your fault all along, no matter the excuse you fabricate to have felt differently in the moment. When you look at what you could have done better while at the job, it's simple. The priorities you have say a lot about you as a human. If partying for the weekend is the importance, that's low-hanging fruit and easy to fix. Sleeping well, exercising, being a good human, meditation, gratitude journaling, and working harder instead of just showing up, going above and beyond at work, let alone with life, doing more than you have to do, doing what needs to be done to better yourself and everyone around you is a priority to adopt, especially if you want to be a high earner in life. It's a simple fix. It's challenging to do the right thing, at first anyway, as you're breaking your old, dated priorities and behaviors. With time, doing the right thing, going above and beyond will become natural and easy. There's a saying, quote, do more than you're paid, and soon you'll be paid for more than you do, end quote. Here's a great show about how to reinforce these principles where I talk you through how to get a $30,000 a year raise. Go to chrishorns.com and select the podcast tab, episode 32, How to Increase Your Pay. When I was a teenager, I worked at my local Dunkin' Donuts and was fired by a family friend for selling my friend's food at a discounted price. I was angry and blamed the boss for my lack of work and having no money. As time went on, I reflected on the situation and found that I was wrong all along. It took stepping aside from the problem to realize I was the one in the wrong, not the boss. The sooner you step aside from your emotions, thinking about the situation objectively, self-reflect and look at the opportunity within the lesson, the sooner you'll free yourself from guilt or embarrassment of being wrong. When you free yourself from feeling of being wrong, you'll learn how to never make the mistake again. When you know how to not make mundane mistakes, you save yourself headache, problems, sleepless nights, money, and most importantly, time. The fourth step to being wrong, how to never make the mistake again. Now that we've covered how great mistakes actually are, first by being okay with making mistakes, second by identifying the mistake, and third learning from it, the key now is to move to the final phase of building your action plan to not make a mistake again. This is the most critical stage and maybe the stage you struggle with most when taking responsibility for your actions and being okay with your mistakes. Once you get this far, we try to problem solve how to not make the mistake again. However, with more significant mistakes, it might take the practice of these action plans as they may not work from the start. That's okay, as big problems need a lot of attention and have working action plans that need adjusting, giving the context. Let's use the idea of being pulled over for speeding as a simple example of a mistake and rectifying it. You're okay with the mistake, even if it's expensive. Second, you understand you can't go 40 in a 25-mile-an-hour school zone. Third, you learn this will cost you $300 and you don't want to make the mistake again. Moving into the fourth phase, it's simple. No more speeding, let alone in a 25-mile-per-hour school zone. Suppose we use a high-level example, such as being terminated from your job. You may have to dive deeper on the fourth step to uncover the lessons so you'll never be fired again. It will take self-reflection and being honest with yourself to discover your plan to not make a mistake. Also, may not have worked. The higher the level of the problem, the more complex the action plan can be to not make a repeated mistake. Vice versa, the smaller or easier the mistake, the easier the action plan, and the likelihood of the mistake not happening again will be high. No matter what, the growth you want out of life, all you desire, everything you want, stands on the other side of you looking at the mirror, pointing the finger inward, and being okay with the fact that you're not and won't ever be perfect. You will make mistakes and are now open-minded enough to grow into the person you've always desired. The first step is accepting your BS and mistakes as okay. Now we move into setting up your morning and harnessing your purest daily energy with the blueprint of a highly effective morning routine. The end of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Your morning routine. I knew of the concept of having a morning routine for many years before putting it into motion. I think to myself, if I'd only started when I first heard about the idea, how advanced my mindset would be, along with my understanding of the universe and its laws. When we learn to harness our purest, most transparent energy, our morning energy, we embark on a journey to not only enlighten our minds, free our minds, learn our minds, but also heal our minds. Healing is the reason I took the plunge and started with morning routines, because I learned that meditation could revert, and potentially rid me of trauma. In my case, from having PTSD. I'd been diagnosed with PTSD upon leaving the Army after 2 combat tours in Iraq. I was fascinated that I could change my brain by learning to meditate, working to undo heavy trauma that was deep-rooted by war. Our minds are superhighways of thoughts, energy, and ideas flying back and forth and spreading through the body. When the mind has trauma, the highway has a huge roadblock that holds information, not allowing it to pass. Meditation is known to knock down these roadblocks and walls, freeing the information, thoughts, vibes, so the energy no longer sticks, allowing energy to have new highways and paths. Once I decided to do the work of facing myself, the demons, shadows, the darkness, the shortcomings, and the one dream that haunted me daily for nearly a decade post-war, I began to free my mind, in turn, freeing myself from myself. As you've learned, if you've started this practice to rid yourself of traumas, or will be on your journey of ridding yourself after learning this lesson, it will be demanding from the start. You might want to quit, as it can be challenging to face yourself. However, I assure you, the light at the end of the tunnel, shining down upon your face, once you've put in the inner work, is more than worth the initial discomforts faced at the beginning of the journey. Push past the pain. Kick the beehive. Get stung by those bees, and soon you'll smile, proud of how far you've come. A morning routine is something that, once learned, might change your life. We take some time in the morning, waking up earlier, which should be complemented by going to bed earlier, by shutting off the TV, Netflix, or going out. When everything will change is when you're proactive in thinking about needed sleep, prioritizing the time allocated to build and execute your morning routine. You'll have an epiphany that the TV show doesn't matter, nor do your drunk friends at the bar complaining about life. But what does matter is the time you dedicate to harnessing that pure energy every morning before everyone wakes up. Get out of bed like you're on a mission to change the world. Leave your phone off. Find a quiet and comfortable place and focus on filling up your glass so you can pour from it during the day into situations and people who need your attention and energy. This isn't a selfish practice. This is a selfless practice to take an hour for yourself or longer to be at your best operating ability by taking care of yourselves to optimally affect everyone else in your life. It may be that your family, friends, coworkers, team, or employees will notice the change and want to know what you're doing and why. Don't expect them to mirror what you do, though. We can only hold the door open for others. They have to walk through it. If they want the inner peace bad enough, they will. Now, let's get to it. These ideas don't have to be done in the order written. In fact, I encourage you to play with the order of each in your morning routine and see what works best for you. We're all different and prefer different sequences. I often get asked which order to perform these and how long to do each exercise. The answer is precisely the same when I'm asked to describe the best diet. There is no single best diet other than the one that works for you. As for timing, I recommend starting with an hour, if not more. That means using a timer, reading for 15 minutes, gratitude journaling, meditating for 15 minutes, and writing affirmations for 15 minutes. There's no right or wrong when it comes to the morning routine. However, this practice is to be done in the morning. This is only what I suggest because it's worked wonders for me. I now open the door for you, but it's you who must walk through. Here is a mock 1-hour routine format, and we'll get in depth with each piece of the routine later in the chapter. If you can only allot 30 minutes to your morning routine due to life obligations, adjust the timing to fit your needs. 5 a.m. Read something uplifting or empowering. Any book or article on self-development will do. However, it isn't limited to self-development. 5:15. Gratitude journal. Write about all you're thankful and grateful for, while also writing what you desire. I'll discuss this in depth later in the chapter. 5:30. Meditation. 5:45. Write and then speak aloud your affirmations, speaking into existence what you're affirming. We'll cover the details of affirmations later in the chapter. 6 a.m. Done. Now you're ready to tackle your day and help everyone in your life as your cup is now full for pouring. Let's discuss. Read your way to knowledge. Growing up, you couldn't get me to read a book. There was no way. Teachers could assign a reading assignment to read and write a report on. They could tell me there was a test on a book, really anything they wanted to throw at me. I did not read an entire book from high school to my first attempt at college in 2003. Failing out of Southern Connecticut State University with a GPA of .73 after only 2 semesters. That landed me in the Army in 2004. The turning point was heavy. When my life and the lives of people around me depended on the knowledge I was required to read, it flipped a switch. I began reading the assigned military doctrine. After separating from the military in 2009, I re-entered school. I once again read what was required of me, primarily studying history, exercise science, nutrition, and business. Reading for the fun or with the lens on developing my mind was missing. Somewhere around 2013, I decided I needed to know more on topics I found interesting. I started with how some combat veterans could return home and make something big of themselves, freeing themselves from their experienced traumas. I began with Marcus Luttrell's Lone Survivor and Chris Kyle's American Sniper. Both books and men are great examples of heavy hitters who came home to fight their own battles and build their brands by telling mind-blowing stories. They served together in one of the most elite fighting forces to ever walk the earth, the United States Navy SEALs. That sparked me to want to learn more about success, leadership, team building, psychology, money, customer service, and entrepreneurship. So I started with one of the best books ever written by my favorite author and arguably one of the best humans to ever live, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. That book single-handedly started my development journey, which built and compounded opening up doors I never knew existed. Now let's get into selecting your reading list and discuss how to schedule reading in your morning routine. The key to reading for a high performer, or if you aspire to be one, is to schedule your reading times or the amount you plan to read. The excuse I hear most often is, quote, I don't have time to read, end quote. When you decide you'd rather die than not take a single step forward, you decide to complete everything at hand. Quote, a coach is someone who tells you what you don't want to hear, who helps you see what you don't want to see, so you can be who you've always known you could be, end quote. Tom Landry. Reading was the first piece of a morning routine I put into practice many years ago. I had to schedule it by physically writing into my schedule to read first thing in the morning. That's what it took to push past the excuses holding comfort in my life. I'd wake up between 5 and 6 a.m. and brew my coffee. When I sat to drink my coffee, I'd also read. I'd read a painful 10 pages, taking anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. Start with whatever you can comfortably do. It may be 5 pages, 10 pages, 30 minutes, or an hour, as I commonly do, especially if it's a topic or an author I love. No matter what, no matter the time frame you have to work with, reading will help you improve your vocabulary, grammar, spelling, and knowledge base. Use a pen or highlighter to mark what sticks out. I also often go back and review the content that speaks to me. When rereading books, you'll read them differently because your life has progressed, along with your perspective. I often use a different color pen when rereading books to display how those books speak to me as time moves on. There's no right or wrong order to perform your morning routine. At times, you may want to meditate or pray first, and that's okay. Do whatever feels best for you or what your mind is nudging you to do. If you wake up and feel the calling to read first, try it. See how it works and shift it in your morning routine schedule as needed. Just do it rather than skipping it. Grow your mind, your knowledge, your vocabulary. Grow yourself, and you won't recognize yourself as you develop the most powerful tool mankind was blessed with, your mind. Pro tip: once you've been reading for a bit and have discovered the books you love, read them annually. Find a core group of books you love and study them annually. For example, I've read Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People annually for many years, and it has helped tremendously. Gratitude. This section might be life-changing. Each topic we discuss is a topic that can greatly impact your life, changing your life significantly at different points. Gratitude is commonly overlooked as we find ourselves caught up in everything other than actually being grateful for the things we have and that happen to us. Open YouTube and search Chris Warren's Gratitude for more commentary on this topic. There were a couple of points in my life when gratitude stuck out and resonated deeply with the compelling, soul-changing presence effect it had on me. War in closing my largest business. Both situations stripped me to my core and put in front of me what was most important: family, friends, pets, a roof over my head, a pillow under my head, food to eat, running water, and all the meaningful and even meaningless material things I'd collected. Gratitude is something we have to find on our own. It can't be given as a present to understand. It can't be bought on Amazon. It can't be paid for. It has to be uncovered from within. From the depth of our hearts, we must discover what means the most to us. You might have to search the depths of your soul, the depths of your heart, the depths of your being before you find what it is you're grateful for. But once you find it, your world, as you know it, will change for the better. What I'm grateful for will differ from what you're grateful for. However, once we understand the strength found in harnessing gratitude, we can find it in all walks of life, in all dealings through the day, everywhere we look, if we train ourselves to see it. And when you teach yourself to stop, look around, and appreciate all that you have, what you're surrounded by, you have trained yourself to enjoy life and have gratitude for living. Even if you don't understand gratitude, there's a practice of writing about gratitude that will not only speed up the process of understanding, but also rewrite your mind, thoughts, and beliefs on the subject. This practice, which is used by many, is called, quote, gratitude journaling, end quote, and is a practice done daily to rewrite the subconscious mind to look for and feel gratitude. I use this practice to wholeheartedly feel gratitude throughout the day. It gives me a new meaning of being thankful as my skin sometimes tightens and welts for minutes as I feel the energy of gratitude. To read a complete story about how to appreciate your life, being grateful for it, but if the idea of gratitude is foreign to you, I recommend reading a book that will shake you to your soul, driving home how every single day is an absolute blessing. A Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl. Frankl's account of being pulled from his life and forced to become not a human, but a living number in the infamous kill camps, better known as concentration camps, notably the infamous Auschwitz during the height of the Nazi Germany terror in the early 1940s during World War II. A man like me who has seen the horrors of war can wholeheartedly say this book is a book that can put into perspective not only gratitude, but also how great we have it living in a time as progressive as we do, nearly 80 years post-World War II. Let's consider the process of journaling to reinforce gratitude with one of the best practices I learned along the way, gratitude journaling. Gratitude journaling. Find yourself a nice notebook and a favorite pen. We're using pen and paper here, not phones and computers, because handwriting is critical for programming and encoding new information into the subconscious mind. Get a big notebook because if you're anything like me, you'll need to write a lot to undo or rewrite years of false beliefs, choices, and patterns. When you write your daily gratitude letter, report your words to anyone you want. Yourself, higher self, God, source, the universe, ancestors, angels, past family member, anyone really. I write to my dad in the universe, as I'm a believer in not only the universe, but that we're all connected by energy. There is no right or wrong in whom you write to. Just write to someone you feel is worthy of hearing what you're grateful for, along with what you'll be thankful for, the things to come in your life. Think of and then write expressing gratitude for what you already have, such as a loving family or spouse, amazing pet, a roof over your head, food to eat, clothing to wear, and so on, but not at all limited to. Here's a favorite quote to help drive home the point. Quote, I cried because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet. End quote. Helen Keller. And then think about and write expressing gratitude for all you'd like to receive as though you've received it. Write in the present tense. This is a perfect opportunity to list goals you want to achieve, such as reaching better health, higher income, promotion, relationships, anything material, and isn't limited to anything written. I encourage you to think deeply about all you want. Nothing you want is too big or out of reach. If you want a $1 billion empire, good. Write it and begin the process of manifesting your dreams through gratitude journaling. You'll write your gratitude in solid words that will bring forth emotion. You'll begin to feel what you're writing and saying. I'll talk later in the book about speaking whatever you desire into existence. Always remember, the key is to express as though you've already manifested these goals into your life, writing and speaking in the present tense. Quote, your arms wide open. The walls are caving in. Don't bury your secrets deep within your skin. When you focus on the good things, all the things under the sun, you free yourself from negativity, and then the good shall come. End quote. Stick figure from Choice is Yours, used with permission. Gratitude journaling example. This is an example of what works for me and my students. Feel free to use it as your blueprint while beginning to gratitude journal. The key is to understand the principles written in the transfer of the ideas that relate to you and your life. Interject your goals into your own gratitude journal. Make the journal yours. Quote, Dear Dad in spirit. Again, write to whom you feel compelled to write. I come to you this morning with a heart full of love, joy, and gratitude for you in my life, for hearing me and supporting me always, no matter what, as you're my partner in life and business. I'm grateful for you eternally, as you're the ever-powerful source of my unlimited supply. Thank you so much for all I have, for my warm home, a great night's sleep, food to eat, continued health, the excellent relationships in my life. All that's in my life is for the highest and best good. May all others find their good elsewhere, be happy and free. I'm so thankful for all I have and am continuing to be blessed with. My growing and wildly profitable companies, where I can touch millions of lives, helping others understand they too have the capacity, power, and ability to create what life they desire. I'm the best mentor and business coach to ever live. My courses and systems continue to change lives, and I'm a worldwide best-selling author with gratitude at the forefront of my thinking. I'm supplied with a plan, and when this plan is received, I'll follow it tirelessly. Thank you for insert financial income goal that came to my life and blessed me with the ability to help and teach countless more humans to discover their power to live a life full of purpose of the highest power. Thank you for the long and healthy life of my number one angel, my dog Penelope, and may she live a long, happy, healthy, and fulfilled life for many years to come. Thank you for all the lessons I've learned that brought me closer to my soulmate, so we can share a beautiful, long-lasting love and life together. I give up in trust. I give up in trust. I give up in trust that you supply me with all I'm divinely in alignment with. There's gold dust in the air, and I'm a money magnet. May these words be done and free to the law and power of the universe. Love, CW. The power of a gratitude letter is something I encourage you to experience in your life. If you're looking to understand the subject of gratitude journaling thoroughly, I encourage you to read The Path to Wealth if you're an entrepreneur, or if not an entrepreneur, read The Gratitude Formula. These are both by Mae McCarthy, a 9-figure entrepreneur powerhouse and serious proponent of spirituality and how to harness financial freedom through principles of the law of attraction. Meditation. I can write about many forms of meditation to teach the art of meditation. But just know that if you've never meditated, it might not be easy from the start. Your mind will wander aimlessly, or more than likely anyway. That's normal for beginners, and even with seasoned meditators. The key to meditation is to control your mind and the thoughts racing through it, which is how we learn mindfulness. For beginners, I recommend guided meditation. Recorded tracks of vocal and music, or just beats, not limited to only these, but they are most common. There are great apps like Headspace that can custom build to your likes and dislikes. Google guided meditation, pulling up YouTube to listen to what catches your eye. Guided meditations are great. They tell you what to think about, how to breathe and feel, allowing newbies to let go and start meditating. Some work well for my students in Warrior Consulting. I especially like gratitude, forgiveness, prosperity, abundance, and breathing meditations. These prompts or topics are the biggest hits. Some of the best guided meditations are written by Bob Proctor and Esther Abraham Hicks. Setting a proper environment. Find a pleasant and comfortable area of your home that's dark and where you're alone, quiet, and peaceful. This will ensure a perfect environment to meditate. Similar to sleeping well, you must set your environment for a proper meditation. Let's start with a sleep environment concept to foreshadow how important it is to control your environment. In this case, a morning routine environment. Many people don't know how important sleep is to the body, and if that's you, I'm here to help educate you. Once separating from the military, I became a personal trainer and found success because my military style went over well. I learned that exercise is excellent and nutrition even more so, but mindset and sleep are the two that turn the tables of a fitness lifestyle. Rest and the environment you set are where you make your money hitting REM cycles. REM, or rapid eye movement, happens every 90 minutes and is responsible for many things, including HGH, or human growth hormone release, which is what repairs and heals your body. Hitting several REM cycles through the night might seem like a fundamental idea to some, but appears to elude most Americans given our state of physical and mental health. We're the 10th most overweight and most heavily medicated country in the history of the world, which can be tracked back to a simple concept of the quality of our sleep. Getting great sleep starts with your bedtime routine. As ironic as it may seem, you're beginning to realize that the quality of your morning routine is correlated with your evening routine. One of the biggest keys is to take your eyes off screens that emit blue light 60 to 90 minutes before bed. Modern phones and tablets have caught on to this concept and have, quote, night modes, end quote, that limit blue light emission, but it's best to put away all screens, phones, iPads, tablets, iWatches, computers, and TVs. Reading, stretching, and foam rolling are a few activities I recommend during an evening routine, along with connecting with your partner, having sex, or even talking on the phone. Later in the chapter, we'll outline how to properly execute your evening routine. Quote, close your eyes for a moment. Focus on the air that you breathe. Think good thoughts, and now hold them. Now you slip into a dream, and now you slip away to another place, above the storms and the rain. You're miles away. You're miles away. Said, if you're just now waking up, I want to send you all some love. Stick figure from Above the Storm, used with permission. Let's get back to the morning routine and meditation environment. Find a dark, quiet, and peaceful space, seated or laying, where you can be alone with your mindfulness and thoughts. Load your favorite guided meditation and shut your eyes. Listen to the meditation and follow the instructions. When your mind wanders off, which will happen, zero in on the fact that you're wandering and refocus. Listen again to the guided meditation instructions. There's no, quote, best, end quote, time frame, but 5 to 10 minutes to start is ideal for a beginner. As you advance and get better at meditating, you can increase your time, spending up to an hour or more meditating if you have the bandwidth. I find anywhere between 5 and 25 minutes is the perfect time, depending on my wants, needs, schedule, and mood. 20 minutes isn't easy, especially for beginners. Meditation is an art of mindfulness, and it will take time to get better. With practice, you will get better. After you feel you've done well with guided meditations, I want you to try visualization meditations. Many like to do both during the day or move between the two types of meditations depending on the day. Let's look at the definition of visualization to best understand. Quote, when you visualize, you focus on something specific, an event, person, or goal you want to achieve, and hold it in your mind, imagining your outcome becoming a reality, end quote. As per Healthline. You can find more at healthline.com/health/visualization-meditation. Visualization is a mindfulness technique of its own, but you can also use it to enhance regular meditation. Adding visualization to your meditation mix allows you to better direct your relaxed mind toward specific outcomes you'd like to see in your life. Again, from healthline.com, visualization is also linked to potential health benefits such as increased athletic performance, relief of anxiety and depression symptoms, improved relaxation, greater compassion for yourself and others, empathy, pain, relief, improved ability to cope with stress, improved sleep, better emotional and physical wellness, and increased self-control. Things I want to manifest in life from partners, employees, books, system and course launches, cars, money, amounts, health, and so on are great topics to shut my eyes and visualize. I recommend the same for you. Free your mind through meditation today. An example of a vision you can create. You're the architect of your visions and visualization practices. You can create any vision you want, as the more you do so, the more likely what you see on the screen of your mind will be held in your hand. There's no limit to what you can visualize or create. Anything you desire, you can have. Here's a macro vision of mine. I'll discuss a micro idea later in this chapter. Building what I want life to look like, as you can too. Many years ago, I had a different macro vision of what my life would look like, and much of it I am or have lived since, to include opening, building, and running businesses, revenue amounts, cars in my driveway, delivering services to customers, dating partners that fit my wants, high-end clothing, along with beautiful timepieces I loved. These are just a few examples of what I built into my visions and manifested into reality, as you can too, with practice and dedication. Now, I have an abnormally clear vision of my life. The detail is striking. From the color of the car, shifting gears, and holding the steering wheel, hearing the engine scream, to the color of the kitchen cabinets and marble countertops, down to the swirl in the marble, the outdoor patio, the texture of the stone under my feet, the temperature of the pool water I'm swimming in, and yes, my skin tightens when visioning myself swimming in my beautiful pool with its cold water. Key is to develop your vision down to the exact detail of what you desire. Think it, feel it, and live it. I usually start with the end of my journey in my vision, closing the 5th book, my autobiography. I'm seated in a study located off a master walk-in closet, surrounded by a library of the books I've read over the years. I'm sitting on a beautiful leather chair. Adjacent to a matching chair is a black and white marble chessboard. I close the book and walk into my closet that's filled with beautiful items, to include my favorite outfits, which are chinos, loafers, button-down, fine sports jacket, and of course, matching pocket squares that pop big time and command presence and respect. As I put on my outfit, I walk out of my closet to my master bedroom with my partner laying in bed to greet me and ensure I look perfect. My dogs lick me until I can no longer take it and I'm smiling ear to ear. I make my way down my staircase to see my closest friends and their families on the far side of my kitchen. My staff, my team, their families running around. My mother is cooking for all of us. I hand her a bag of cash and then see my friends playing pool on my pool table and, of course, break my stones for looking like a male model. As I make my way outside, I head into one of two directions, either the garage or my backyard pool. For the sake of the vision, we'll head to the garage with 6 bays full of 5 of my dream cars, and the last bay has pallets of my books. I pick whichever car I'm in the mood for and head off for the day. I usually have a shipment of many products with me for my customers. I stop by FedEx and send them, packaged with a handwritten card, a signature of mine used in business for more than a decade. I then have a split in the road where I either head to my yacht where my friends and team have gotten ready for me or to the jet. We'll head to the plane where I'm met by my closest team members and dog. I have a performance waiting for me at our destination. Once I get there, I speak on stage with other greats in the personal development field or at Washington, D.C., speaking where Martin Luther King Jr. did. I deliver my performance and am then signing and handing out books to eager fans to meet me and take pictures. My team and dogs are with me, always protecting me and helping me with anything I need. Once I exit, I head to the jet with my people and then get back to my home airport, cars waiting, and head home to sit down and reread my legacy. This is an example of a vision I've built and shared with you. You can create any vision you desire, and in turn, you'll manifest all you want into your life, as I have and continue to work on building. As we close out the discussion on meditations, I now guide you through how to schedule your time as a student of life. Remember, there's no right or wrong way of doing your morning routine. The key is finding the process, order, and pieces that work best for you. You'll now read an example of what works best for me and my students, which is ever evolving as we learn more daily. You can and will control your life, starting with your mornings. All you desire can be accomplished. All you dream of will manifest. The daily routine. Before we move on, let's unpack the success of your morning routine and how it all starts with the prior evening and the evening routine you'll inevitably adopt because you know it's essential. Winding down from the day is important for your well-being, health, and the sleep to come. If you're interested in a great book that goes into detail about how to sleep ideally, I'd highly recommend Sean Stevenson's Sleep Smarter. He does a fantastic job describing precisely what humans need to do to rest well, using his story of healing his body as a once high-performing athlete to a tragic injury and back to top-tier athlete by harnessing the power of sleep. Let's use a bedtime of 9 p.m. since we're also using the wake-up time of 5 a.m. I'm not directing you to go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m., as your needs may be different after working third shift or even overnight. These are just templates we're using to understand the timing and how to optimize your sleep as an example. Now, since our bedtime in this example is 9 p.m., at 7:30 p.m., you'll shut off all screens, including phones, TVs, iPads, tablets, computers, and any other screen you own. This will drastically decrease the emitted blue lights picked up by your eyes. Those blue lights keep our minds running at night when we try to fall asleep, and worse, they keep us out of REM cycles while sleeping. Preparing to dominate the day to come. The 90 minutes of no screens can be used to accomplish whatever you desire. However, we'll discuss some activities I found that helped not only me, but also many students and clients I've worked with to prepare for a long, restful, and deep sleep. When I was an up-and-coming businessman, I picked up some tips from successful businessmen further along than me when they discuss being prepared for the day to come. With this advice, I molded it into my needs, which were at the time and still are similar. I enjoy living in a clean home. I'll wash dishes to keep a clean sink overnight, prepare my coffee to perk before rising in the morning, meal prepping for the day to come, having all my meals and food ready to go, to just grab and go the following day, along with laying out my outfits for the next day and also my gym gear and packing my gym bag, easily accessible to be loaded into the car the following morning. Let's call this portion of the evening routine, quote, preparing to dominate the day to come, end quote. There are many more activities you can do, like laundry, cleaning up the home, and walking the dog. Get yourself ready for the morning to come, when you have less to do, can think about less, and make decisions early in the morning. This significantly helps conserve time as you begin to condition yourself to wake up earlier to accomplish the morning routine. Light activity. Now that you're ready to crush the day to come, let's shift focus to your body and preparing the body to sleep. I'm a massive enthusiast of daily soft tissue fascia release, such as foam rolling and stretching. Suppose you exercise rigorously and enjoy a healthy lifestyle. In that case, you must be proactive in taking care of your body by foam rolling and stretching daily to avoid catching serious injuries, increasing blood flow, range of motion, mobility, and flexibility. Foam rolling and stretching should be centered around workout time and also before bed to help your mind and body start the ease into sleep mode, encouraging the shift from cortisol production, which is a daytime running hormone, to melatonin, the evening hormone. I recommend foam rolling for 5 to 10 minutes, rolling your whole body with a focus on the muscle group or groups recently trained or that are sore. Once you've rolled, do static or dynamic stretches for 5 to 10 minutes over your whole body, with a focus on muscle groups or groups recently exercised or that are sore. Take care of your body and your body will take care of you. It's that simple. This can also be a time to perform yoga or walk the dog. Wind down and lightly move your body. This practice will help you relax quickly and should be a staple in everyone's morning routine. Moving to the bedroom. Now that you're ready to crush the day and morning to come, your body is relaxed and stretched. If you're not already in the bedroom, it's time to move there. The bedroom is only for two activities to create a proper sleeping environment. Therefore, remove all screens, TVs, phones, if you're serious about getting rest. The bedroom isn't for eating, watching TV, and so on. It's for sleep and sex. That's all. To create the energy needed to have the optimal environment for sleeping. This can be a great time to spend with your partner if you have one, talking, listening to one another, being present with no phones or TV to distract you, massaging one another, and, of course, sleeping with each other. With the intent not to stray too far from the topic of the evening routine, not only will having sex with your partner before bed help you sleep better, but if you're in a relationship, there must be a healthy sexual aspect of your connection to keep a harmonious relationship intact. Suppose you and your partner have moved away from sleeping with one another. This is your chance to change your choices, to find it again, because not only will your sleep improve, so will your relationship and life. Spoken affirmations. There are two specific topics you can think about. Visualize, write, or speak before bed that will drastically help center you and your energy before drifting to sleep. Forgiveness and gratitude are the two topics that land deeply for many, to include me. In the next chapter, we'll dive into detail explaining forgiveness affirmations. We've already touched upon gratitude, but I'll lay it out how to quickly speak aloud, affirming both forgiveness and gratitude. While laying in bed or in a quiet place before bed, think about everything you're grateful for that day and speak your thanks out loud. Maybe you met a significant lead, closed a big sale, a friend helped you with the project, you passed a test, or are just grateful to be alive. Speak it out loud and feel it. Smile while affirming and vibrate gratitude. This will help you sleep peacefully and wake up refreshed and ready to go, like someone on a mission to change the world. Here's an example. Quote, "Thank you," insert who you prayed to, "for the fantastic lead you blessed me with today. Thank you for the massive sale of," insert amount, "to help grow our business and bless me with continued wealth. Thank you for the help from," insert name of friend. "I'm full of gratitude to be alive and well today. Thank you," end quote. It's pretty simple to be thankful. Focus on all the small things, and then your focus will grow. A great tip I learned is to carry around a small 3x3 notebook to jot down all the great I experienced through the day to reference when needing a reminder of the great I've been manifesting. With forgiveness, think about anyone who could use your forgiveness. Ideally, as time goes on, you'll think about people in your life you'd like to forgive, releasing them to find their good elsewhere and in turn, forgive you. A tremendous verbal affirmation I learned from Mae McCarthy goes like this. Quote, "Dear divine true self," insert your name or another person you want to forgive. "I bless you, I love you, I forgive you, I release you." You might find only a few people pop into mind, or you may have dozens. There's no right or wrong way of speaking forgiveness as long as you mean it and truthfully feel and want to forgive others, creating room for more good to come your way. Purpose degree. While we haven't spoken much on the subject of purpose in this book, purpose is your guiding light, the map to your world, and is what you're obsessed with to create your life and fulfillment. It's why you're here in this life. Of many well-written authors, Napoleon Hill is the best on the topic of purpose. He articulates how to understand purpose and gets the gears in motion to understand your purpose. Quote, It's most appealing to know 95% of people of the world are drifting aimlessly through life without the slightest concept of the work for which they're best fitted and with no conception whatsoever of even the need of such a thing as a defined object toward which to strive. End quote. Napoleon Hill, Laws of Success. Napoleon says, quote, any definite purpose is deliberately fixed in the mind and held there with the determination to realize it. Finally, saturates the entire subconscious mind until it automatically influences the physical action of the body toward the attainment of the purpose. End quote. When the time comes to select your purpose in life, think about what you do best. Consider something you can do better than anyone else, and then organize your thinking around believing you're here in this life to execute that purpose. For example, my purpose in life is to teach humans they can live the life they dream of. I tell myself this often throughout the day, always before I fall asleep at night and as soon as I rise in the morning. I encourage you to put thought into your defined purpose, then verbally affirm it out loud before falling asleep at night to plant the seed of what you're here for. Watering that seed nightly and then firming the belief with concrete by repetition. Mock evening routine with timelines. Here's an evening routine anyone can use. Play with the order along with the actual times to best suit your needs. 7:30 p.m. All screens are turned off and put away, including your phone. 7:45. Clean up and prepare for the day to come. 8:15. Do light physical activities such as stretching, yoga, or foam rolling. 8:30. Bed and partner time. 9 p.m. Verbal affirmations and purpose degree. 9:05 to 5 a.m. Sleep well, sleep deeply, hitting your REM cycles, wake up ready to take on the world. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Affirmations. There was a time when I'd teach affirmations in the morning routine chapter or module while coaching group classes. However, as time has gone on, I've come to a conclusion through application and understanding many humans I've taught over the years that the subject of affirmations is best taught separate from the morning routine. Affirmations can be added to your morning routine because there's no right or wrong way of executing your morning or self-development routine. Actually, I encourage you to add affirmations to your morning routine. I'm only providing you with an open door to walk through in freeing yourself from yourself by ultimately facing who you see in the mirror and moving past the pre-programmed beliefs we all have that hold us back. Personally, I've found affirmations make for a great addition to my morning routine or other situational points during the day. I learned the power of affirmations from greats in the law of attraction field, such as Mae McCarthy with her book, The Path to Wealth, Catherine Ponder and her notable book, The Dynamic Laws of Prosperity, Bob Proctor, Abraham Hicks, and of course, the great Napoleon Hill and several of his books, to include Think and Grow Rich, along with The Laws of Success. Let's take a look at the definition of the word affirmation before we move on. Quote, in New Thought and New Age terminology, refer primarily to the practice of positive thinking and self-empowerment, fostering a belief that a positive mental attitude supported by affirmations will achieve success in anything. More specifically, affirmation is a carefully formatted statement that should be repeated to oneself and written down frequently. For affirmations to be effective, it's said that they need to be present tense, positive, personal, and specific. End quote, per Wikipedia. As children growing up, we don't know right from wrong. Our choices are given to us by those who raise us. We're told, taught, and shown what to believe, and that formulates our opinions and beliefs as we grow. Church and religion are examples of a belief that's forced upon many by parents. I was forced to go to church weekly along with catechism, also known as Sunday school. My mother taught our family should embrace the Word of God, and I was raised, baptized, and confirmed Roman Catholic, which is a big deal having an Italian heritage. This was the environment I was provided and a choice that was mine. Much like you may be able to relate, an example of a choice that wasn't ours and that we thought was normal, playing a part in our beliefs and subconscious programming. Your subconscious is written by what you're taught, what you were provided by, the environment in which you grew up, and what guides 95% of your conscious decision-making. Staggering statistics, right? I thought so too. When I first learned of it, of course, you might find articles that propose less than 95%. However, the point is that your subconscious mind is your guiding compass to everything you think and do in life, all rooted in your early environment. Before I teach you how to rewrite your belief system, as you discover you want more or better from life and are ready to pursue that, let me tell you about a student of mine, LJ. LJ came to me knowing he had more to offer but was stuck, much like the rest of us, including students who find me to help them understand themselves, their blocks, and to learn how to move past them. Much like most humans, LJ had confidence issues due to a toxic environment growing up with domineering and masculine mother who continually belittled and suppressed the male family members, including him, for the first 30 years of life. This situation is not uncommon these days. In contrast, self-worth, confidence, forgiveness, and money are the root of most the affirmations I teach due to the commonality of students I work with. Only upon working together one-on-one did LJ and I dive deep into his background so I could learn his early environment, see his blocks, and help him address them. These were uncomfortable conversations, but he handled the pushback and pressure from me well. We focused his affirmation work on confidence and self-worth. Slowly but surely, writing daily, he saw the true power and potential he had within himself and began to tell himself he was worthy and speak into existence, embodying the reality of rewriting his belief system daily through affirmations. He evolved as a human, and within a year, LJ went from low confidence and lost with low self-esteem to being happy, always smiling, and believing in himself. He grew into a man of pride of himself, his family, and his business. And of course, he also made much more money. This will only continue as he walks the rocky road journey of letting go of false realities, as he now understands we are the only ones who can relate our lives, our futures, and realities. The thoughts we write daily with a pen and paper force our minds to accept the truth through autosuggestion, making thoughts develop into existence. This is called manifesting what you desire into reality. Types of affirmations. Affirmations must be written in a positive light. Always be positive while writing and speaking affirmations and articulate them in present tense to write and speak them into existence. There are endless affirmations, thousands, if not tens of thousands, to pick from to write. Listen to and adapt as yours. The key to selecting affirmations is finding pre-written affirmations or build your own that light you up. We'd never want to just go through the motions while writing affirmations. Think about it. What would that do? Not too much. And down the line, you'd be asking yourself, why aren't I breaking my patterns and manifesting all that I desire? We write and speak affirmations into existence by emotionally lighting up while executing them. Let's look at this from the lens of focus of sex. We're associating these because no one likes boring, mundane, meaningless, going through the motion sex. We've all been there. And maybe early on, first starting out with sex, or maybe right now in your relationship. But somewhere along the way, we've all had sex that just didn't do it for us due to many reasons, or just one. Say you were with a partner and the sex was dull. You went through the motions for years, but really wanted to have better sex. You'd come to a point when you'd start asking yourself why the sex isn't better. Then you'd try to fix the problem, whether through counseling, reading books, YouTube videos, or maybe even a new partner. With practice, you find yourself and your partner had better, more enjoyable sex. Now focus on affirmations. The last thing you want to do is pick an affirmation or affirmations that aren't fun, that don't light you up, that you don't feel within you while writing them. Know the difference between an affirmation that doesn't light you up and affirmations you love. However, even a carefully chosen affirmation might occasionally feel tiresome as you write it daily. There will be times when the affirmations you love feels off or low vibe. Recognize that it's you who's off or lower vibe than usual. With practice, you'll grasp the difference, just like anything else. Practice makes perfect. Now, back to the types of affirmations because you understand how important it is to pick the proper affirmations to manifest all that you desire. The two types of affirmations we focus on in this book are the affirmations that changed my life and thousands, if not tens of thousands of others. Forgiveness and money-centric affirmations. As we explore both forgiveness and money affirmations, Catherine Ponder, in my humble opinion, is the queen of both. To include affirmations as a whole. You might disagree, but the sheer amount of content she's produced during her long career can't be denied. She has the most affirmations I've seen, and hers are the affirmations that help change not only mine, but most of my students' lives over the years. Most people haven't a clue just how deeply they buried feelings other than positive for those in their life from the present back to childhood. Ironically, the more work you put into forgiving, the more situations and people come to light who need your forgiveness. Your forgiveness not only frees them, but more importantly, frees yourself from the negativity you unknowingly harbor inside yourself. Forgiveness. I can't overstress the importance of forgiveness affirmations. Many people, including myself, fail to realize how much negativity we hold on to as we move through our lives. Even though we may not think we're holding on to negativity, the chances are we are. There can be negativity surrounding events, experiences, and people we deal with day to day in different stages of life. In this book, I'll often discuss how pivotal our early environments are. Your environment has shaped you into the person you are today. And if you were raised anything like I was, you were taught just to deal with the pain, whether physical or emotional. As a boy growing up in the 80s and 90s, my father raised me to be tough. He was a manly man. If something hurtful happened to me, he would have taught me to deal with it and then suppress my feelings. Whether he knew it or not, and I'm guessing not, he was teaching me to hide and bury my negative and angry feelings towards subjects and people. Growing through life and through my studies of human psychology, I realized what I was taught in my early environment isn't healthy. As I played sports, I was taught the same. Of course, once landing in the military, all of that unhealthy upbringing was reinforced and built upon. More interestingly, our bodies and minds don't know the difference between positive and negative thoughts. When we say negative things, feel negative responses, and speak negativity, our bodies bury the negativity within us. If you were raised similar to me, you might now realize you have years, if not decades, of negativity buried within you. Sadly, our mainstream media, social media, movies, newspapers, and magazines alike are the biggest culprits of, at times, being unknowingly negative and providing an environment that furthers widely accepted normality of negativity. I want you to take the time to think about people in your past and present, and then focus on anyone with whom you had a falling out or a serious disagreement. Try to recall if you said anything negative to or about them. Take the same time considering traumatic events you've experienced in life. Think hard about anything you may have spoken negatively about, as this will be the focus of the forgiveness affirmations you will be learning to write. This will be the fuel to work on and will undo years of negativity you've had and have now decided to change by working on yourself. Most humans won't put the time or effort into this type of inner work. That's precisely why your life will change and theirs might not, and never will. If you'd like to hear more, open YouTube and search for Chris Warren's Forgiveness. As you focus on forgiveness affirmations, for a time, and the amount of time will differ from person to person, things might be bumpy until you get used to it. This is called kicking the beehive. The bees will come out to sting you, metaphorically speaking. However, the short-term pain you'll experience from kicking this beehive is well worth the long-term freedom that will follow. Another way of looking at this bumpiness of the road you're traveling is the beginning of, quote, leveling up, end quote, even to a small degree. When we start to work on undoing years of negativity along with possibly judgment, hatred, and cynicalism, we're releasing anything that no longer serves us, our thoughts of that subject, event, or person. This will create two things. First, as you kick the beehive, you'll stir up feelings and thoughts about people and events you didn't know you had until partaking on this journey. Some common signs you might notice of the beehive being kicked are sleepless nights, your mind racing on about events or people you hadn't thought about in years, or even your skin breaking out due to your body releasing toxins. The metaphysical response from the body is profound. My beehive kick is ongoing. The more I release and forgive. The first sign I was releasing and forgiving was that chronic pain I had from the war was disappearing left and right. First was my knees. Pain in both sides was just vanishing. Then my memory was coming back through all sorts of long and short-term memories. I felt like a new man with this. For over a decade, I played victim to being wounded in Iraq, blaming my lack of memory on the powerful bombs that struck me. However, I realized I was wrong. Then, my lower back pain vanished. Pain I'd dealt with for more than 10 years was basically gone overnight. As I write this, the last piece of the pie, metaphysically speaking, from forgiving and releasing is the full ability to hear. I've had tinnitus and hearing loss since the war. Some of my hearing has returned, but it's not entirely back, which is my way of knowing I have more work to do. Many of my students have experienced the same results of chronic pain leaving their bodies, including veterans who suffered from the same issues I once did. You, too, might cure your pain by taking control of your life in forgiveness, all in your past and present. Room for good to enter your life is the second thing. You'll create in your life by focusing on forgiveness affirmations. Think about it this way. If we suppress and bury our thoughts and feelings for years, once we address our behaviors by learning to and then releasing the negativity by a forgiveness affirmations practice, we'll create room for more to enter our lives. In terms of this material, we'll make room for good to enter our lives as we now have the space to store only positive thoughts. This is where the real life changing happens, because not only will you see more good come in your life, but you will also hear from people in your life you've forgotten as they randomly reach out to you to apologize or to pick back up where you left off. If this happens, go with it and allow it and hear their level of forgiveness back to you. However, something profound will happen, and it takes time. Now that you're aware of how you were speaking or thinking negatively into your life, you'll start to reframe your thoughts and words. You'll know why you're doing this forgiveness work and will naturally want to limit the amount of work you create for yourself. you'll begin to not only notice, but also change the words and thoughts toward more optimistic tone. For instance, if I had a negative thought about a person or situation, after learning this, I'd catch the thought in the moment, repeat it back to be sure what I thought or said was actually negative, and then reframe it, thinking only of the subject in a positive light. An example of catching and reframing would be when you're upset about something that has just happened and you say something hateful or pessimistic about a person or event. You notice what you said, think about what you said, and say it differently under a positive lens of focus. This is called reframing and is a lifesaver. Here's an example of a reframe. Negative example. Wow, the president has no clue what the heck he's talking about when it comes to this topic. When you catch yourself talking negatively, simply go back and reword the sentence. Positive reframe. With more research and understanding of the topic, our president could deliver a moving speech. The key is to catch it, and when you see it, be ready. There will be more than you might know what to do with. The work will be plentiful reframing your thoughts and words. How to, an example of forgiveness affirmations. Focusing your forgiveness affirmations on people you feel the want to or need to forgive is a great place to start and continue exploring. However, commonly, the number one person who requires forgiveness, and in turn, who forgiveness should be centered around, is you. You're the most powerful person to center your forgiveness around. If you start with yourself, you won't regret it, as it opens the doors to forgive others in your life. Forgiving yourself for things you did and the decisions made is the most powerful thing you can do for yourself in this work. You may not even realize that you need forgiveness, but as you embark on this journey, you'll change. Now, let's take a look at some examples of forgiveness affirmations. These are some of the most powerful and favorite I've come across. However, I encourage you to explore more and build your own. I'll use myself as an example for the sake of the exercise. Number 1, Christopher. I let loose and let go. All ill feelings are cleared up now and forever. I rejoice that no good thing can be withheld from the forgiving state of mind. Number 2, I love everyone and everyone loves me. I love myself and I am loved. I forgive everyone and everyone forgives me. I forgive myself and I am forgiven. I bless everyone and everyone blesses me. I bless myself and I am blessed. Christopher, all that has offended me, I forgive. Within and without, I forgive. Things past, things present, things future, I forgive. I forgive everything and everybody who needs forgiveness in the past or present. I positively forgive everyone. I am free and they are free too. All things are cleared up between us now and forever. Number 4, I now let go worn out things, worn out conditions, worn out relationships. Divine order is now established and maintained in me and in my world. Number 5, I know the release is magnetic. Through the act of release, I draw to myself my own. I now fully and freely release. I let loose and let go. I let go and grow. I let go and trust. Number 6, I bless the past and forget it. I bless the future, knowing it's filled with wonderful opportunities and successes. I live fully in the present now and am blessed with all I desire or require. Any mistakes of my past are now transformed into my good. Number 7, when I look at this situation in the rearview mirror of life, I see how the universe turned this situation into my good. Number 8, I bless, love, and forgive everyone, and everyone blesses, loves, and forgives me. I bless, love, and forgive myself. Number 9, there are no mistakes in the all-knowing power. Therefore, there are no mistakes in my life. Number 10, Christopher, I bless you, I love you, I forgive you, I release you. Now that you have a small selection of forgiveness affirmations to choose from, use them all. Begin with and then focus on the one or two that really light you up. You'll feel it. You'll know which lands better than the rest. The one or two that resonate with you. Later in the chapter, I'll speak more on writing, when to write, and how often to write these affirmations. Along with our next set of affirmations, we'll discuss money affirmations, the key to prosperity with a spiritual approach. Lessons learned from forgiveness affirmations. I had a conversation with my mother about the power of forgiveness and the affirmations centered on forgiveness she could use around some family members to help with some pent-up long-term anger. Before we go into detail, I encourage you to look at your family relationships, including siblings and parents, because many people don't realize how much forgiveness is needed in these human relationships. My mother and I were speaking about how to forgive her brother for decades of mistreatment or perceived mistreatment in less than ideal situations. I assigned her reading material and what to do affirmations-wise, and she went to work. Within a month, she called to tell me about a phone call from her brother after several years of not speaking, and the call going over well. This is an example of clearing out negativity around someone or something and allowing good to come into your life, or, as in this case, forgiveness on both ends of the relationship. The first step is forgiving people in your life. Then you'll experience events just as my mother did. Money affirmations. Now that we understand we need to forgive ourselves and others, creating room for good to come into our lives, we can conceptualize the more we work on forgiveness, the more space we create for money to come into our lives. The longer we work on forgiving, the more money will come into your life because there's a direct relationship. It wasn't until I embodied this practice that I passed what I thought at the time to be the daunting 7-figure mark. The more time I put into forgiving, the more room I created for money to come my way. One of the most challenging years I experienced in business was 2020. With the onset of a global recession masked by a worldwide pandemic of COVID-19 is a great example of how well both forgiveness and money affirmations go hand in hand to create money when it was most needed. After years of doing both affirmations, I got to a place where everywhere I went, money was chasing me. For example, almost every time I get out of the car at the gas station, I look down and there's money on the ground, from pennies to large bills. Before we explain areas in life that can be opportunities to discover random money, let me pass along a lesson my grandfather gave me when I was a young boy. Some context is needed about my grandfather. Joseph Latero grew up a poor Italian immigrant, one of 11 siblings, in New Haven, Connecticut. When Joe was 11 years old, his father died, forcing all siblings, including Joe, to drop out of school and help support the family so they could survive. My grandfather got a job pushing a broom at an old warehouse specializing in commercial flatware for restaurants. Some years later, the owners of the warehouse sold the company to my grandfather. He then built it into a multi-million-dollar company. He was a man of very few words and was quietly very wealthy. Back to the lesson. When I was a boy, he took me to lunch. On our way back to his car, he stopped to bend down and picked up a rusty penny and put it in his pocket. I don't recall the exact words I said to him. However, the gist was, quote, "Grandpa, why are you picking up pennies? You're rich," end quote. That's when he turned my world upside down and unknowingly gave me my first entrepreneurial lesson in finance, saying, as he bent down to look me in the face, "Christopher, it's 1 penny more than I had waking up today." Going back to the gas station example, now as a grown man, I always find and pick up change. After decades of doing this, I've found thousands of dollars a year from this habit. If we put it into perspective, a couple $1,000s a year saved is not only enough for a down payment on a car, but after a few years, it's enough money to put down on your first home. Quote, it's 1 penny more than I had when I woke up this morning. End quote. Joseph Latero, poor immigrant turned self-made millionaire. Before the first quarter of 2020, all my businesses were doing well and growing financially. However, once the pandemic hit, I saw money affirmations working on a grand scale. Government grants put into place for struggling businesses due to the pandemic would be deposited into my accounts with little work to capture them, collecting almost $90,000 from the government and another $40,000 of manifested money with no sales or service attached to the funds, totaling $130,000 of extra unearned cash finding its way to me rather than me chasing money by working for it. Money affirmations do an excellent job of rewriting our belief system about money. Many of us grow up middle class or poor, and being raised like this, we learn how our parents or whoever raised us think about and value money. Believing that money is, quote, wrong, end quote, is a perfect example of a poor money mindset. Money is great, especially when we look at it for what it is. A tool and leverage. Money allows us more of anything, to include the ability to build anything we desire. In business, the more money we can generate, the more people you can employ, the more you can affect your community, the more you can donate, the better the quality of life, the more you can help humans, potentially changing humanity if that's your focus, with examples like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. How we look at money can be the root of all evil. When we look at money as a never-ending source of supply, as leverage to achieve more, that we deserve to have all the money we desire to help with our mission, passion, and purpose on this earth, we have a wealthy and healthy mindset opposed to how many of us were raised with a poor money mindset. What many of us were taught about saving money is another commonly overlooked and misunderstood example of a poor money mindset. Save your money for a rainy day. Does that sound familiar? There are degrees of truth, however, keeping all of your money, not putting it to work as the tool it is, more or plentiful amounts won't come. This is precisely what we're talking about when considering a poor money mindset. When we look at money as it's constantly flowing to us, however much of it we want, and that the universe supplies us with the money we need, we learn what a healthy money mindset looks like. We become a money magnet and understand there's gold dust in the air for us all. Next, let's discuss how to apply affirmations. Now that you understand how powerful money affirmations are, rewriting your belief system on money, shifting you from a poor money mindset to wealthy, moving you out of scarcity mindset, and redirecting you to a money magnet mindset where all you desire will be. I'll provide you with some money affirmations to get started. The key is to write them all and then find the affirmations that land with you the best, lighting you up, feeling them as you write and think about them. Number 1, I don't depend on people or conditions for my prosperity. I bless people and conditions as my channel of my prosperity. The universe is the source of my supply. The universe provides its own amazing channels of supply. Number 2, I'm the rich child of the loving Father, so I prosper now. Number 3, I dissolve in my own mind and in the minds of all others any idea that my prosperity can be withheld from me. No person, thing, or event can keep from me that which the universe has for me now. Number 4, my financial income cannot be limited. The rich substance of the universe frees me from financial limitations. I know the release is magnetic. Through the act of release, I draw to myself my own. I now fully and freely release. Number 5, I lose and let go. I let go and grow. I let go and trust. 6, I let go of worn out things, worn out conditions, worn out relationships. Divine order is now established and maintained in me and in my world. Number 7, Vast improvements come quickly in every phase of my life now. Every day and every way, things are getting better and better for me now. Number 8, I invite the wealth of the universe to richly manifest in my financial affairs. I am rich in mind and manifesting. Number 9, I have a large, steady, dependable, and permanent financial income. Every day and every way, I'm growing more and more financially prosperous now. Number 10, large sums of money, big, happy financial surprises, and rich gifts now come to me under grace and perfect ways for my personal use, and I use them wisely. 11, I give thanks for a quick and substantial increase in my financial income. 12, I'm rich, well, and happy, and every phase of my life is in divine order now. 13, I praise my world. 14, I praise my financial affairs. All the wealth that hasn't come to me in the past is manifesting richly for me now. 15, the enormous sums of money that are mine by divine right now manifest for me quickly, easily, and in peace. 16, I give thanks for the immediate and complete payment of all financial obligations, quickly and in peace. 17, I'm receiving now. I'm receiving all the wealth of the universe has for me now. 18, all the rich substance of the universe has for me comes speedily, richly, and freely. My rich good now comes quickly and in peace. Business-centric money affirmations. Spirit, or whoever you pray to, now guides and directs me in all my financial affairs. My business is experiencing increased sales and profit. 2, my business is taking off with huge increase in sales. All related to this are blessed by it. 3, Spirit guides me to never-ending supply, and I expect and receive the huge success that's mine. Applications of affirmations. The consistent application of favorite affirmations, the affirmations that light us up while writing them and speaking them into existence, has worked best for students I've worked with, along with myself, to embody the practice of affirmations. I recommend writing your favorite affirmation at least 10 times daily. Yes, write the same affirmation you feel within you 10 times in a row, ideally in one sitting. This is the minimum I recommend, and in the grand scheme of things, will be better than not doing at all. Writing 3 sets of 10 affirmations daily until you look at money and the feeling of money differently will work wonders, as it did for me and many students who needed serious rewriting of their subconscious, specifically their scarcity mindset. How long it will take for a mindset to shift is different for everyone. The process takes time, weeks, months, and even years. If you find you have a serious scarcity mindset around money, or what I described earlier in this chapter as a poor money mindset, writing your affirmations 3 times a day will greatly help put you in the proper direction quicker. Catherine Ponder says that writing affirmations 15 times in a row has produced magical results for her students in the past. I support this application of 15 times in a row too. I tried it and it yielded a faster mindset growth. There's no right or wrong way to do this. If you write your daily affirmations on money and forgiveness, you'll change your mindset. If you write your favorite affirmations during your morning routine, it will work. If you write your affirmations 3 times a day in sets of 10 or 15, it will work, likely faster. However, if you find yourself thinking of scarcity around money, take out your journal and start writing at that moment. This will help you change your mindset faster. For example, say you have rent due at the beginning of the month and you find yourself stressing over the payment. Take out your journal and start writing your affirmation at that moment, replacing scarcity thoughts with abundance thoughts. Do this every time scarcity creeps into your mind. Before you know it, you'll have rewritten the way your mind thinks about money, knowing there's gold dust in the air. You're a money magnet. The universe, as a source, will always give you what you desire and are a vibrational match for. Ask and you shall receive. Give and you'll get. The first step is to be willing to give and graciously receive. Money vibes all day long are the vibes that create more. It's now your time to be a vibrational match for all that you desire. Go write some affirmations and start on the path of living the life you dream of. Quote, open up your minds. Find that spark inside. Time to focus. Realize good things take their time. And suddenly, a glitter of light shines bright. Possessing me with all which I need to speak my mind. Ask me, will I stop? No way. 'Cause your energy just dropped. No, not today. Ask me, will I stop? We keep it rockin' all day. Let it all soak in. I've been working all night long trying to find the spark, finding out what I'm doing wrong. No problem. I got time to focus on. I got some passion and some more patience than I thought. End quote. Stick figure from Mindblock used with their permission. Pro tip. Speak things into existence. A key that works wonders is very similar to spoken prayer. Once you've written out your affirmations, whether they be forgiveness, money, or any other affirmation you want to write, get into the habit of reading them out loud after writing them. For example, say you've written 10 forgiveness affirmations and 10 money affirmations during your morning routine session. Now, go to a quiet place if you're not already there, or better yet, stand in front of a mirror and read out loud the affirmations you've just written. Read them with emotion. Speak them into existence with powerful words, meaning the words as you're reading them. As you become better at speaking your affirmations into existence, you'll notice a significant change in your life at the moment of speaking. When you speak with emotion loudly and meaningfully, you'll feel a tingling sensation within your body. You felt it before, maybe listening to your favorite song or talking about a deceased relative. You know the feeling, and the more you feel this, the more you'll speak into existence and the quicker it will come. This is when you become a vibrational match for whatever it is you desire. Whatever you're writing about, whatever your affirmations, and whatever you're speaking into existence. I also recommend reading your gratitude journal aloud after completion. Speak it all into existence. Everything you want, all that you desire. Don't hold back. Have at it. It's your birthright to be wealthy. Before we move into the next chapter and the lesson of leisure time, let's touch on something that may happen on your journey of affirmations, writing daily about all that you desire, all that you want, changing your mindset and rewriting your subconscious. Something very natural might happen that we've all experienced after journeying down this road. The feeling of going through the motions. A point may come when you just aren't feeling it, when you aren't vibing. Nothing is manifesting. You're just stale because you've been putting so much time and effort into your affirmations. It's normal, and that's the key to understanding when or if you're experiencing this. It's natural. It happens to all of us, especially if you're writing 7 days a week, as many of us do. It's okay to take a break from writing. This may happen with your daily gratitude journal too, and that's the time to take a break from writing. We want the writing of affirmations and gratitude journaling to be fun, to feel it when you write it, to vibe with it, to smile and enjoy it. Suppose this point comes when you're not feeling it. You don't want to go through the motions or fall into a pattern. If that's the case, not only is it not fun, you might not be manifesting and rewriting your subconscious as quickly as you can. Just step back and take a break for a few days or more. If you need a week, it's okay. Take it. Then jump back into it. The key is to vibe with the pieces and have fun. Gold dust is in the air. I want to share with you some big wins students of this course have received. A friend who took the Dominate Your Day course was in a job he wasn't fond of, and told me he wanted a significant change in his life. With the principles taught here, including money affirmations, within about 8 weeks, he manifested $10,000, quit his job, and opened a gym. Within a year of opening his gym, he has now partnered and bought a second business. Another friend who came to learn how to build a life of success manifested $6,000 within a few weeks of learning money affirmations I teach in this course. He invested that money back into himself, knowing he will always be the best investment. A member of my team who learned these principles manifested $2,800 out of thin air, deposited into her bank account. To this day, there's no explanation why other than she believed there was gold dust in the air. A single mother and disabled veteran put these principles to work and almost immediately manifested $120,000, which she put into her business. We celebrated her win together, and she's on a roll of manifesting everywhere. Several of my students manifested job promotions to the tune of $40,000 a year with a raise. Manifesting money in large sums of it is just a matter of being a vibrational match for all that you desire. You can experience this too. It all starts with your daily money affirmations. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Leisure Time. I remember exactly where I was when I first discovered the value of leisure time. The weight of it hit me like getting hit in the face by a Mack truck and then crashing through a brick wall. The subject hit me so hard I knew I had to make a change in my life. If I didn't implement leisure time ASAP, I'd continue to not only burn the candle at both ends, but lose more of what I didn't want to lose in life by being married to a job I wasn't enjoying and wasn't fulfilling or purposeful. It was late 2018, around Christmas. My life was at a fascinating point, one I never been to before. I was successful. I had a couple of companies, big staff, nice cars, vacationing around the country, was asked to speak at events, was looked up to, interviewed often, befriended by many, and made great money. I thought I was doing well. However, if you looked below the surface, it was a much different story. To the untrained eye, I owned a company that was doing well, but on the inside, everything was a mess. The managers I had in place shouldn't have been managing, which was my fault. Work quality was poor, which customers occasionally saw. Most things were accomplished last minute, and to top it all off, if I didn't do the task, the chances of it being done with quality were low. Everything from payroll to marketing, customer service to sales, booking appointments to mentoring and coaching. I wasn't happy with the work or myself. This was all my responsibility. As an owner of a company, the faster you realize your company's shortcomings are ultimately yours, the faster you'll rectify the situation. On top of the mess at the company, I also left a relationship I should have left years before, only in hindsight realizing it was toxic and abusive. I didn't speak to my closest friends very often, never saw my family, and when I did, I was rushed getting there, and while there, was agitated and quick to leave. There I was one morning in Vermont before a day of snowboarding, reading a book from one of my favorite authors, Dale Carnegie, The Leader in You. It had taken me a lot of planning to make that snowboarding trip happen, and when I arrived, I felt like a ton of bricks had been lifted off my chest, leaving the daily grind behind. Leisure time wasn't valued then. It was looked down upon as the Instagram hustle mentality of grind, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, was the only acceptable lifestyle at that point, because why not? For nearly a decade prior, grinding around the clock had gotten me where I was in life. However, I didn't know how much I was missing inside my soul from not taking time for myself all those years. I learned in that very moment that I was wrong in my outlook on work, let alone life. There had to have been an important reason the words from Dale Carnegie resonated with me so deeply, when he wrote that all high performers who live beautiful lives with their families and friends take a lot of time for themselves. I knew at that very moment things would change. I knew I had work to do on myself. I knew I had to schedule my leisure time, lay boundaries down for myself, and hold myself accountable to having some fun and often. These are some of the words that stood out that day. Quote, "There is nothing wrong with material success, but that alone is not enough to sustain a happy life. How can you start balancing your life? The first step is to change your attitude. You've got to stop thinking of your time for your family, for exercise, or for leisure as wasted time. Achievers often feel they need to apologize for leisure time. Try to rid yourself of that thought. Relaxation is not a dirty word. You have to make time for leisure activity. Most of us are overcommitted. Perhaps it's time to reevaluate priorities. Decide to devote as much energy to planning your leisure time as you devote to planning your workday." End quote. Dale Carnegie. As I finished reading those words, I dropped the book with the bookmark in place, picked up my gear, headed to the mountain, and had a fantastic day with friends, not for one moment feeling guilty about missing work or work calls. From that very point on, I took my leisure time seriously, building leisure time into my schedule and enjoying many things I'd forgotten I loved. Consider how you can go about not only remembering things you love, but how to schedule them into your day-to-day so your leisure time tank is always full. The first step is to take some time to figure out what you love to do that isn't work-related. You might love your work, as I do. However, we need to focus on non-work related activities to fill up that leisure time gas tank. Using myself as an example, shortly after that landmark day, I took out my notepad, brainstormed, and wrote down several things I love to do, ranging from playing poker with friends, going out to eat because I love great food, wine, an excellent conversation, shooting guns, shooting pool, hiking, snowboarding, walking my dogs, working out in the gym, and just laying on the couch reflecting on my day. The key here is to search your soul deeply and find what lights you up. Nothing is off limits other than work. Think deep, meditate on it if you need to, and come up with your list of passions and fun leisure activities you want to do. These can be anything from spending time with your family, walking the dog, swimming, watching movies, reading, writing, anything. The longer the list, the better. After you spend time coming up with these leisure time activities, you'll be ready to learn how to schedule these. I will explain precisely what I do to teach my students to ensure time to spend on what lights up your soul, family time. Many of us have blood-related family and some don't. Quote, family need not be contained to where you came from as a human. Family can be many situations, from soldiers you serve with, friends who have gotten so close you can call them brother, sister, mom, dad, aunt, or uncle. Family represents those closest to you, regardless of sharing the same blood coursing through your veins. Spending time with your family, whether it's your significant relationship with your children or those you've grown so close to they feel like family, should be at the top of your list of leisure time to recap the full benefits of leisure time or refilling your energy and also life. Those family parties you're invited to, like birthday parties, graduation, holiday gatherings, and any time of celebration, are something you should be a part of no matter how many companies you own and how much you need to do at work. Besides, if you're working long, hard hours, your staff will be happy that you leave early or don't come in, not only for your sake, but also theirs. Family leisure time does not have to be limited to parties and gatherings. I had a student tell me how he wanted to change his life, but couldn't get out of the cycle of partying and drinking with his friends often, including every weekend. In the same breath, he'd tell me how much his grandmother meant to him in that he never saw her. After some time, we had got him to see the situation by sidestepping his feelings and outwardly observing his actions. We shifted his time and energy by primarily spending it with family and his grandmother, going for daily walks and hanging out with one another while putting aside the toxicity of partying. This is a perfect example of allocating energy properly to those who need and deserve your time and energy by reallocating your leisure time to be beneficial to you and your family. No matter what, through thick and thin, your family, whether blood related or not, will be who are there for you when you need them most. When you hit rock bottom and need a helping hand, spend your time with them, visit them, go for walks, travel with them, be with them, and prioritize your leisure time for, as they say in my culture, la familia. Date night. If you're in any relationship, whether or not it's traditional, it's vitally important to keep a healthy, thriving relationship alive by never stopping the fundamentals the relationship was founded upon. When two people are getting to know each other, they're excited to see one another and typically go out on dates. Dating, or courting one another, is standard practice at the start of any relationship, but slips away as time goes on. There's a typical pattern of complacency in longer-term relationships. We've all been there. We get used to our partners and stop courting them in the manner we did at the beginning when getting to know one another. Since we're looking through the lens of leisure time, date night is a perfect addition to your leisure time plans that will keep your relationship happy, healthy, and romantic, basically killing two birds with one stone. I recommend weekly date nights if you're in the financial place to do so. However, even monthly is better than none. Date night doesn't have to be fancy dinners, and if fancy dinners aren't in the cards for you, remember that getting dressed up and going to Target or simply food shopping is just as good when you're on a budget. Something is better than nothing. Trying in a relationship goes a long way. Being consistent with dates, courting, and self-improvement will be significant for you and your partner. For more ideas, open YouTube and search for Chris Warren's Relationships. Suppose you're in a place to go out to dinner weekly. I want to speak to the gentleman reading this. Ladies, if you're reading this leaves you speechless, buy a copy of this book and give it as a gift to the man in your life. I'll fill you in on why the man in your life may not be doing some of these ideas later in the chapter. The masculine energy is a powerful one that's no stronger or more powerful than feminine energy. They're yin and yang to one another, balancing each other. However, men, as the masculine energy in relationship, it's your job to set up the date. Gentlemen, trust me, your wife, girlfriend, side chick wants you to take the lead not only on setting dates, but in the entire relationship. Let's say weekly date night is Friday night. You're not going to walk up to your partner like a beaten puppy dog. Quote, honey, where do you want to go for date night? End quote. Your partner desperately wants you to pick the restaurant or venue and also call ahead to book reservations online for the specific time. Tell her she's the most beautiful person you ever seen. Put her jacket on her if the weather calls for it. Hold the door for her. Pull her chair out. Order the drinks, appetizers, and main course for you and her. If you do all this, the chances of her being blown away will be 9.9 out of 10, especially if you're the guy who usually acts like a whipped puppy dog. You'll set her curiosity on fire. You'll stir her feminine energy. She'll be blown away by your confidence and decision-making ability. This is what she's always wanted. Treat her with respect. Treat her like a delicate flower. Act like you're the man, and you, my friend, will get very lucky, not just at the end of the date, but more often than normal. Ladies, What you just read isn't a mythical man who's extinct. There are men who embody masculine energy in the practice of stepping up to the plate. We're a rarity, few and far between. We're proud, we're confident, masculine, and most importantly, we're centered. If you're with a man and want to see him act like that, you'll need to step back and let him step into his role. The chances are you don't let him. You may be in your masculine energy without even realizing it, which is common. The best way to see this happen isn't just telling him what you want. It will take more work to get him to step up. Encourage and give him positive reinforcement. Take the time to tell him what you'd love to see him do, like calling ahead, setting a reservation, and holding the door. Tell him that when he does things like that, you're turned on by him being such a manly man, or whatever is suitable. When you tell a man something turns you on, you'll have his full attention. He's listening, especially if you aren't having the most sex because both become complacent in the relationship. Ladies, when you step back into your feminine energy, this is always a signal to the man you're with to step forward into his masculine energy. It's okay to step aside and let him take the ropes. He probably wants the ropes and wants to make you happy, and also to impress you with his ability to be a man. If you continue to tell him this, things will shift. When you say that something's hot or it turns you on, be sure to follow through with playful and fun sex at the end of the night, because if you don't, he'll catch on that you're bluffing and will quickly step back into his disempowered masculine energy, or even possible, his feminine energy. Back to date night. Never forget how important it is to continue courting your partner. You want to continuously remind her, even gently, that you're wild for her and love her. I was working with a student who had been married for some time, somewhere along the lines of 10 years. When we started working together, we focused on other things in life, such as his self-development and career. One day, we got around to shooting the shit about his family when we were dealing with a situation of him losing control in front of his family. I then found out that what was happening was the reality of most couples who have been together for years. They tend to take each other for granted, and due to time spent together and the growing complacency. We started to unpack the dynamic between he and his wife and found he'd slipped into his disempowered masculine, which is typical for guys who have the thought process of, quote, happy wife, happy life, as they bend over backwards, often sacrificing peace of mind to keep her happy. Sadly, men often slipped into this energy and don't even know it. I then discovered he and his wife were in a poor energy dynamic, not going out, dating, or sleeping together. We addressed that after I pointed out what had been happening, focusing on how to improve things, which was simple because he loved and adored his wife and family. The change was quick and straightforward. He did precisely as written earlier, with the only addition of him dressing up in a collared shirt, which he otherwise didn't do often. Within 12 weeks, the shift was rapid and the relationship was better. I remember where I was when I read the message that his wife was pregnant with their second child soon after this reallocation of energy dynamic in their relationship. Have fun with your relationship, court, date, and be in the traditional energies to ensure your coveted leisure time will go well. Date night and leisure time go hand in hand, and I only hope you're stepping in the right direction to ensure both qualities and priority in your life. A man or woman who is truly successful has the family and leisure time prioritized and lives harmoniously with the family's relationships. A well-balanced, successful life is one that all should live, as it's the most rewarding experience we as humans can be a part of. Your friends. Let's quickly touch upon how the leisure time spent with friends is as important as that with family and mates. We can be quick to think that getting together with our closest friends can be a waste of time, as there's more work that can be done. But the exciting part is how much better our job is when our energy and our soul is full. That's the point. It's simple to make an ego-based justification that we can get so much work done during the few hours we'd normally spend with our friends. But the truth behind the matter is, the more time you cut out for yourself without sacrificing important work and deadlines, the better the quality of your work will be. When you're invited out, there's an event, or your friend wants to come over or call you on the phone to catch up, remember, you're filling the cup up with good times, good vibes, and good energy. All of this together will help you be a better version of yourself, which will produce the best work product. This monumental and potential life-changing chapter is here to teach you to take care of yourself and your well-being, because the people in your life are the people who will be there for you when you need them most. Take care of yourself, take care of them, and you'll have nothing to worry about, as all will fall into place in doing so. The universe sees you, hears you, and will put all you ask for in front of you. Be lush with your leisure time, as your leisure time will be lush with you for years to come. Now that we have that out of the way, it's time to move into our next chapter, a chapter written on a movement I don't take credit for. However, I've decided to live by it and teach it to anyone who's willing to listen. Attempting to change humanity, one human at a time, on a topic of being a good human. End of chapter 5.